All right, we're live. What's up, everyone? Ready to get going here, playing some poker here. Check out the lobby here. Looks like this is should be our easiest night. We'll have 3 tournaments instead of our typical 4. We don't have any tournaments like Pot Limit Omaha or Horse or anything crazy that I need to learn. So this should be a pretty simple night, which is going to be nice starting off the weekend because Saturday's got some decent buy-ins. Looks like $100, $200. And then Sunday is going to be insane. We're going to have 6 tournaments, $100 or $200 main event. And then we're also going to fire a bullet in the $1,000 high roller freeze out. Yeah, this weekend's Friday's going to start off nice and gentle, and then going to get right into it and be pretty busy with 10 tournaments during the weekend. So excited for that. And then Monday is the last day. That's just, it looks like 3 simple tournaments. And that Monday will close out the winter series. So it's been a busy week, just past the halfway point. So we're gonna close it out pretty strong here. I hope we started off really strong. I hope we finish it really strong as well. So we're starting off with the $10 freeze out. Again, if you want to follow my live results, you can, there's a link in the description, and I'll put a link in the chat in a second here. This is just my results through all the tournaments. Started off really strong. Started with three final tables in 2 nights, which was awesome. Had a huge hit in the $5 high roller. $500 high roller. For 7,500. Had one rough night that I lost about $600 in, and then excuse me, and then just kind of broke even the last 2-3 nights, and won like $100, $200, $300 here or there. So I'm totally fine with break evens for sure. But yeah, still up in the up pretty good in this PokerStars winter event. I know it's going to be an expensive Saturday and Sunday, so we're going to see how my numbers end up when we finish out this winter series. Hopefully, we still are up thousands of dollars. That would be nice. There's also this second chance free roll I'm playing as well. You can ignore that $50 pay KO. That's the next tournament, but it's just a free roll. Anytime you make or get knocked out of a tournament in the winter event, they give you a free roll and try to get into buy-ins. So it's pretty. You know, you still want to play well, but, you know, kind of is what it is. 10-9 off here. Got a raise from the cutoff. Just going to call here. Flop to 10. Going to lead this. I'm going to lead most turns that are good for the big blind range when flop goes check back. I've made some adjustments to my, let's see if this works here, winter, my stream elements. I'm just going to call pocket threes here. Stream elements is my bot that I set up to say different things while I'm playing. He went for a good size here. Was I in the small blind? I'm gonna go for a check raise. This is gonna kind of be out of the norm, but I don't expect him to have deuce or five. Hopefully he just doesn't have a queen. I do have some backdoor stuff to go with my pair. I'm gonna continue on this bot. This card's not bad for me either. Hopefully he just has a flush draw and can fold out here, or maybe two overs. I don't block straights, but I think I can bomb this. I don't expect him to be hitting this board too much. The queen is the only card that I expect him to have here. Wow, he had a 6. I think that's a pretty wide call by him. He just happened to knew I was bluffing, which is just insane to me, but nice answer. I thought I played that pretty well. That's going to hurt him a lot of times if he's calling that light, calling check raises that light, because, I mean, that was a pretty good board for 6s, to be fair. Oops, wrong button. All in this free roll here. Just happened to run into queens. Kind of unfortunate, but I only had about 12 bigs, so no big deal. Got knocked out. Yeah, that's a pretty interesting hand. I mean, I unblock straight and flush draws, but well, I do have a straight draw obviously on the flop, but this board is really good for the big blind range. It's just kind of crappy because he had the perfect blockers. He's basically blocking my bluffs, which is really makes it a little easier for him to call there. So I definitely have to give him respect for that call. It's a really tough call because you know, if spades came in, I could have repped those a little easier, but you know, I don't mind going for it here. I am going to check raise a lot of queens and then bet turn and river as well with queens. So, you know, I'm trying to balance it in with you know, 50% bluffs, 50% value to kind of attempt to play a mixed strategy. Okay, young man, best of luck tonight. Thank you, sir. But yeah, he just, I think he had the perfect hand. This board's, it's great for his range. He's blocking straights. So it's just unfortunate he had that perfect hand. I was trying to, you know, basically bluff out straights and flush draws on the river that missed. I probably could check back sometimes on the river just because I could obviously be crushed by a queen there, or could be good with the check down if he has like something like, I don't know, king 10 of clubs that he decided to call my check raise with, or king jack or ace king or something like that. This board, you know, wouldn't connect with them. But I think from I think the other thing that kind of hurt me in this hand was he is later position. I think earlier position has tighter range, but this board is going to connect with later positions. But yeah, I was pretty much just turning my hand into a bluff and hoping to basically represent a queen or, you know, some type of straight or something. But obviously he had a great hand to call with. So I have to give him credit where credit's due. Just frustrating as a little loose. I think I think a bluff if I decide to, since I went so big. I think I really needed to pick up equity on the turn to call. I'm sorry, continue bluffing. I think if I had like obviously a 4 of spades, that'd be a perfect card for me to fire a big bet on. But like I said, I would have played a queen the exact same way, so that, you know, that would have been better if he hopefully respected that I had a queen, but or a 2 pair or anything else. But good play. But we start so deep here that I'm not too concerned. I have 40 big blinds even after bluffing off most of my stack. I was just saying that I've made adjustments to my stream elements, but it's still bombing the damn stream with comments. I don't know why. If anybody knows how to use stream elements, let me know, please. My these are just automatic bot timers. But I set them to like half an hour to 2 hours. So why are they going off? 3 in a row have gone off. That's so annoying. King queen here versus a 3-bet. I'm just gonna get out of the way from the small blind. Yeah, I was hoping to not bomb the stream with a bunch of annoying stream elements, but oh well. You guys are just gonna have to deal with it. Sorry. I'm gonna go for a raise here. Size up just a little bit. Probably should have made it 4x, but I think that's okay. Not a bad flop for me. Just gonna do my continuation. Could probably do a little bigger, but I think third size pop bet's fine. Get value from straight and flush draws. I played 14 hands with this guy, and looked like he's been playing most of the hands. So I can either decide to, flat against his limps, This guy's been 43% as well, so I'm just gonna, even though I don't have any equity here, I'm just gonna kind of continue what I did last hand. That seemed to work. Third size pot bet. And just hopefully these guys kind of whiffed on these boards. And same exact plays last hand, same result, which is good to see. I mean, just with those two hands there, I made 7, 8 big blinds the first hand and made about 9, 10 big blinds on the second. So just with those two hands alone, I already made 17 big blinds back from my pretty rough start with that bad bluff. Yeah, these $10 tournaments, you're definitely going to see a wide range of people just limping a lot. Their voluntarily played hands are going to be usually on the high side, and then their pre-flop raises are on the low side, which means they're playing a lot of hands, but they're not being aggressive with them. Which is great. That's definitely great for me. I was kind of reading an article a little bit earlier today about the VPIP versus PFR, which is again the voluntarily played hands, which means you either call pre-flop or you raise pre-flop. And then the PFR is the pre-flop raise, which means you are the percentage of the hands that you are raising. So I think they said pretty much the numbers you are aiming for is anywhere between, for how many, the percentage of hands you should be voluntarily playing is anywhere from 15 to 25. That's kind of your goal. If you're playing any more than 25, you're getting a little bit too loose and playing way too many hands. If you are playing less than 15%, you're playing not enough hand. You're just playing way too tight. And then the pre-flop, sounds like tongue twister for me. Pre-flop raise is kind of just kind of a determinant of how aggressive or conservative you are. So again, if this is super low, like 0, 4, 5, 6% of hands, you're going to be a little bit too conservative, and you need to be raising a little bit more often. I think this number could range probably between, say, maybe 10, 12 up to like 22, 23 percent. So it's a little bit less than the voluntarily put money in pot percentage. But they say that you usually want these numbers pretty close together. So if my VPIP is, like right now it says 20, you want to stay pretty aggressive. So you'd probably want a pre-flop raise of like 17, 18. You want these numbers to be pretty close together. That means you're playing hands, but you're being aggressive with them, which that's kind of the first thing they teach in poker is can always be aggressive. This is kind of the bottom of my calling range from the button and or big blind, so I'm just gonna fold this. 3 deuce off is kind of garbage. Yeah, these stats, if you're new to these kind of heads up displays, this is from Poker Tracker. It's a piece of software. It's like $100. It is allowed to be used by PokerStars. It's definitely needed when you're playing multiple tables at the same time, because you just don't have enough time to kind of sit and figure out if this player's tight or loose or whatever. Like if you see a really, really, really tight player raising, you know, maybe you're going to 3-bet them less often because they're going to have better hands more often. Versus somebody who is like super duper active. You probably do want to be 3-betting them more because they are opening up a wider range of hands. So if they're going to open hands like King 7 off, then you can just easily 3-bet and they're going to fold King 7 off most of the time. But obviously if you 3-bet somebody that's super tight, you know, you're not going to get them to fold Ace Jack suited. I can mix calling and raising. This is the first time he's raised. Right here, it's only 21 hands in, so it's hard to say, but I'm not going to go for a squeeze here. So I'm going to just jam for 100 bigs, so we're just going to snap fold, unfortunately. Even though this is the first time this guy's ever raised, at least in this tournament. And this is the first time this guy has 3-bet. Obviously, you want a lot of numbers. This red bracket here is how many hands I have in my database against them. So most of these people I haven't played against. This balls to the wall I have been playing against a lot. I'm just going to fold this. Like this says I have 319 hands against him. And once you have a sample size of around 300, it starts to make these stats a little bit more accurate on how they play. Rob, man, good luck tonight taking the night off myself. Awesome. Thank you, sir. Yeah, definitely need some mental breaks. I think I definitely set myself up for a pretty good challenge by streaming and playing 4 tournaments every single night for 10 days in a row. It's past the halfway point. I still got enough energy to keep it up, but it is starting to drain my energy a little bit. But it's been fun for sure. I definitely don't expect to be streaming every single day ever again, unless there's another big event series coming up. I'm not sure what the next one is. Probably they're gonna do another Michigan Championship of Online Poker would be my guess, my coop. But again, I don't know. Those are usually longer events. I think that one's like 2.5, 3 weeks long or something like that. So I think that'd be just too insane for me to stream all of those and play every single tournament. When I saw the schedule for the winter event, I was like, okay, I can do a week. I can do 4 tournaments a night. Like, that's not bad. It's something reasonable. So yeah, we'll see what happens for the next event series, if I stream or not. Sometimes you do definitely need that mental break. Plus, it's good to, obviously step a little away from the game to focus on other stuff in your life. But it's also a great time to practice. This whole week, I really haven't been able to practice at all because I've been playing so much. And I have a job during the day, so I don't really have time to practice during the day and play at night. Pays for itself, honestly. Yeah. But yeah, like if this was my profession, I would definitely be more able to study during the day, review my hands that I played the previous night, and then play at night. I fixed some of this stream element crap, but it's not seeming to work. I just ended up clearing my entire chat. That's annoying. Oh well, whatever. King Jack's usually an open under the gun, but I hate playing this hand. Such a early position, to be honest. Especially only 30 big blinds. I'm already on the short side. Pretty big hand. I'm gonna go for a raise here, even though I'm getting on the short side. This guy just rejams, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to fold this. That was kind of painful, losing 5 big blinds there. Ace King, be getting this in probably. Standard C-bet. Hey, one hand. I could probably limp these suited connectors. I probably should be folding this shorter stacked, to be honest. Probably would be play this better from the cutoff or the button. This is probably loose with such a shorter stack. Hopefully we can pick up like a 5 of hearts on the turn here, but I'm gonna probably have to fold here if it gets checked around. With 3 other players, I'm just not going to stab at it. Is he... Trying to figure out who's the button here. This is most likely just going to be checked down. Sometimes it's okay to give up. If it was against just one player, I'd probably make more stabs, but I'm not going to bluff into 3 other people with 0 equity. How do you practice? There's a bunch of different things I do. I mean, watching YouTube videos is kind of the main thing. I'm a premium member of PokerCoaching.com, which is a great site. And they have been offering a lot of free things lately, like 30-day challenges and or 7-day challenges, or it's like you can get in for free. But yeah, just watching a lot of different videos. But also, like I said kind of earlier, my poker tracker, that's the primary reason I use poker tracker, is to keep a database of all my hands. So one good technique, if you have it, is if you click this middle kind of menu up here, you have the list of your last couple played hands. So I can click on it, and then I can go to the hand, and I can mark it as good hand, bad hand, and then I can even hit this view hand history. Let's see if I can play it real quick. This kind of shows what happens in the hand. I don't know if there's a quick way to replay it, but basically I'll just go into Poker Tracker and see which hands I've made bad mistakes with. I can just open up a random hand, and this is that threes that I bluffed. So I can just tag this as a hand to review and see if I should have done it differently. That way, when I'm in Poker Tracker, I can kind of organize my hands via hands that I want to review. Gonna go for 3.5x sizing. Hopefully we can smack this board a little bit since we're on the tight or shallow side. Going with the standard C bet here. Hopefully he just whiffed. I do have backdoor outs. Unfortunately with that check raise, I just got to give it up. Even though I have one over to the ace backdoors, I think as shallow as I am for 6 big blinds, I think it's probably kind of puts me in a really crappy spot. I might have been best just jamming that pre-flop. Probably could 3-bet jam. I'm trying to think. These like little suited wheel aces, ace 2, ace 4, 5 suited. They can work as a good kind of 3-bet jam when you're in the 20 to 25 big blind range. And we wake up with kings. But yeah, so I'll look through my hands, previous hand history. I'll replay them. Sometimes if I run deep in a tournament, I like to see definitely going for a jam here. He sized up here, so should be able to get a call here. And I'll just replay the entire tournament basically and just click through all my hands. Of course, we run into aces and get lucky. Whoops. Well, that's gonna happen sometimes. Burning all my luck in the $10 tournament. Let's go. Is what it is. Ace king versus queens. Club, king, or an ace for this guy. And he missed. That's a cooler when you have aces and then ace king and lose with it back to back. That's pretty sick. But another thing about pokercoaching.com, they have like pre-flop charts, GTO charts. You can I like to have that side by side when I'm reviewing my hand history, so I can see like, okay, I probably should be raising here, or I should be calling more often from the spot. But yeah, there's plenty of other Upswing Poker's another good one that has tons of good training. I mean, the internet, obviously, YouTube has tons of information. I mean, like just this week alone, I was there was a couple hands earlier in the week where I, like figuring out pot odds and my equity in like on the top of my head, doing the math in my head is definitely like weakest part of my game. I'm not great with math in my head. So if I'm put in a tough situation, especially online when you only have like 20 seconds to act, like I already recognize like there's no way I'm going to be able to do this math this fast, and I'm just like, well, I guess I'm just going to call. So this 2 weeks alone, or this week alone, like I think it was last night and the night before, just kind of ugly spots basically. I had up and down straight draw and a flush draw, and I know if that's on the flop, I know I'm like almost a favorite. Like I'm at least like 45% or something like that favorite. But on the turn, I only have one more card to come, so it's less likely I'm gonna have enough odds. So I'm like 33% chance to win. But the person bet like 2 times the pot, which means I really need like 40% equity in order to make that call. So I was not right to make that call, and I did, and I happened to get lucky. But then yesterday, almost the exact same thing happened. I was getting a little slightly better odds to call. It was pretty close. I think I was still like behind and probably should have folded. But at that time I did make the call, and that time I missed. So, again, two hands that kind of, basically punished myself for not knowing the math. But the point of that story is, I jumped online and just Googled, what's the best way to do pot odds fast enough in your head, kind of getting used to the equity required. Let me see if I can find that upswing chart again. Because they did have a nice little chart. But yeah, it's basically this, if this is the bet size, this is the equity that's required. So if somebody bets, if the pot's 10 and they bet 10, which is 100% of the pot, you need 33% equity to call. But that's obviously when you need to start counting your outs, which is really hard to do on the top of your head. You kind of want to memorize it. If you have a flush draw, you have 9 outs. If you have an up and down straight draw, you have 8 outs. And then you use the rule of 2 and 4. So if I have a flush draw on the flop, which is 9 outs, you multiply that by 4. So I have about 36%. And by 2 would be 18% if I was on the turn. So basically on the turn, I'd have about 18% equity. So if I'm on the turn with the flush draw and someone bets pot, I need 33% equity or more, but I only have 18%. So I'm not mathematically allowed to call there essentially. And poker is all about making sure you're making the most profitable and positive equity plays. Because it's not about that one exact hand, but if that situation comes up 100 times throughout your poker career, like you got to be making that slight, that small percentage equity, positive decision, basically, especially over and over and over and over again. Even if you lose all 100 times, it doesn't matter because the math is right and it's a positive equity play. It doesn't matter how many times you lose. But yeah, obviously practicing and learning ranges and stuff like that, it helps you get a little bit better at getting those slight edges in equity to make sure you're a positive winning player. And 10, 15 years ago, they didn't have GTO charts like they do now. Because since the computer has solved the game, they basically show you what are the most positive equity plays and hands to start with and re-raise with. If you're short stacked, you got 20 bigs and someone raises from the cut off and you're on the button and you have I don't know, king 9 suited. Is that a jam or not? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. I probably would jam it if I had 20 bigs. I don't know, that could be wrong, but trying to figure out that positive equity. And even if you are behind and get called by aces or something and you're just like completely smoked, it's like you're not completely smoked. You're not 0% chance of winning. You still have equity. You still have some way to win that hand. You're not completely dominated. I mean, aces versus king 9 suited, yeah, I'm not sure what that percentage is. Yeah, it's still pretty low, probably 20%. But yeah, just different ways to learn, I guess. And if you don't have Poker Tracker, if you're a beginning player and you don't want to spend the $100 on the software, you can obviously just take notes on a piece of paper even. Well, I mean, I'm on my desktop, so I can open like the Microsoft Notes or whatever it's called, sticky notes. But yeah, there's plenty of forums out there. I haven't been on any of the forums in a long time. I do want to kind of go back and review some of them. But Reddit would probably be a pretty good place. Say if you do have a hand you don't know what to do with and you don't have like a membership or anything that has really good charts or good places to reference. Reddit's free. You can I'm not sure if it's just like r/poker, I forgot what it is, but just crack that open, type in a hand and say, hey, I had king jack off from this spot. Am I supposed to 3-bet this or am I supposed to fold it? Hopefully you get some decent responses back from the community. There's obviously a huge poker community out there, so take advantage of it. I mean, for myself personally, I have good resources to study from, but I also have a decent group of friends that I've met on playing through either online or live. And we have our little private group chat or whatever on Discord, and we basically have a hand histories tab, and we just say like, hey, what would you do in this situation? And then hopefully you got other players that kind of support each other with helping that out. So It's all about that community. Again, pretty close. I am gonna raise this up though. I folded it last time from under the gun, but this is probably pretty close to a correct open. Even 30 big blinds, it's probably a bottom of the range, but whipped on this board, but I've been able to c-bet and get this guy to fold, and I do have obviously some overs and gut shots, so I do have some equity to go with it at least. I hit my gut shot, but unfortunately the diamond peels, so... And I get a full-size pot bet. This is kind of awkward. It's a great bet. That puts me in the worst freaking position ever. Of course, I don't have a diamond to help me out. I mean, he has like all the flushes here. Anything that's gonna call and then hit a turn card like that. I hate to fold the nut straight here, but I just don't think this guy is, with these stats, are going to be bluffing. So I'm just gonna make a huge exploit fold. I don't know if it's right or not, obviously, but it's a 6 turn card. Yeah, that's a tough spot. Obviously, that's a call from, like, you know, most obvious, you know, even GTO would say that's a snap call, but against somebody that I don't really know and that doesn't seem to have, like, he seems to be on a very loose side. He doesn't seem very aggressive. He doesn't have any 3-bets or raises, essentially, so anytime that somebody leads like that, I'm going to put them on a pretty strong hand. And also the fact that if like a diamond peels off on the river, like I'm also screwed. Now I'm, you know, definitely losing to all the flushes, and there's a lot more of those. I don't think there's many bluffs here because I'm blocking some, you know, straight draws, obviously, since I have the straight. So if you had like an ace of diamonds with like the king, maybe, but he would have 3-bet that. Or ace diamonds jack would possibly be bluff with an up and downer with a nut flush draw. That could be a good bluff. If he pulled that out, you know, congrats to him for sure. But I think somebody that you know, with stats like these, I'm just gonna have to respect and yeah, fold. It's a sick fold for sure, but I know I can find better spots. This is a call versus a cut-off range. Of course, I wish I looked at his stats earlier. It looks like he's on the tight side, so I'm just gonna check fold this. Probably could have just folded that pre. Looks like in about 13 minutes is the $50 PKO bounty. It says last man standing. I don't know what that means, if anybody knows. This is probably a loose flat, to be honest, but I don't mind having position against these guys. Probably should just be a fold. Yeah, I think I was better off just folding pre-flop with that. I could probably 3-bet this sometimes. I think I can call. It's a pretty strong hand. I would have 3-bet it, jammed it if I had like 15 bigs probably. But against a limper. Do have the backdoor nut flush draw, but I'm not gonna call 2 cards to get there. Yeah, speaking of practice, I do kind of plan on making a video, not specifically on practicing, but just kind of on resources, because there's so many poker resources out there. Kind of just be nice to have a video that showed all the ones that I've used in the past or still use or recommend nowadays. Like one of the resources that I ended up just getting, and it's free, it's called Equilab. You can't use it while you play poker on PokerStars, but it's been pretty cool to play with. You basically can put in the different ranges that you think people are playing with. You know, if somebody's, tighter, you set their range up basically. So you're like, okay, this player is going to only raise ace 10 off and plus, ace 9 suited plus, stuff like that. This is getting pretty short here, so I'm not going to open this time. I've been sneezing because I had some beef stroganoff for dinner, and I put so much freaking pepper on it. I think some pepper got in my nose. But yeah, Equilab's pretty cool. So yeah, you put their range in, and then you can put in either your range or your exact cards. And you kind of just push evaluate, and it'll say what percentage your hand is, what equity you have against their range. So how does 6-7 suited compare with somebody that has a very tight opening range? You're probably going to be in like the 20 to 30% equity. And then you can put the flop in there, and you can say, again, evaluate how does my hand compete against this tight range. And it helps kind of teach you it's a pretty cool concept because it can teach you without needing the GTO stuff, but it can show you like, you know, if somebody raises who's very tight, but the board is like, you know, 3, 4, 5, you know, how often is that player hitting that board? Like you're going to have a pretty good percentage against that range. I'd love to call it here, but for the sire sizing, can't do it. I want to call it just because these two players are going to snap call, but yeah, so if the board's 3, 4, 5 and somebody who is pretty tight isn't going to be raising with any 3s, 4s, or 5s. You know, maybe they're only raising 6s and 7s plus. And they're not going to be raising with small suited connectors, so they're not going to be flopping any flushes. So, you know, you can compare different ranges. Players aren't on break already. All right, 6:55. So it's pretty cool. I wonder if I have, I could probably Google Equilab. Should at least show a picture of what it looks like. This is kind of the example of what Equilab would look like. But yeah, you put in your cards and then put in their range, and then you can put in the flop, the turn, and then evaluate, and it'll show you again, you know, kind of what your percentage is against either a tighter range or a looser range. And again, that just kind of helps you practice, you know, even if you can't afford something like PioSolver, which is like basically the computer program that solved poker essentially, and the one that kind of created like all these GTO charts that all these famous coaching sites have. But yeah, at least it's a good free starting resource. But yeah, tournament's on break for 5 minutes, so I'm just gonna stretch a little bit, and I'll see you guys in a second. Looks like we're kicking off the Winter Series event number 28, which is the $50 7 max progressive big knockouts, last man standing. I don't know what last man standing is. If anybody knows, let me know. Might be one of those cases where they maybe they it does look like they are paying out $6K for first. It's progressive knockout, which is, you know, what we've been used to. 7 max, that's kind of weird. Yeah, I mean, this structure looks pretty much like a standard progressive knockout. Players receive a minimum of $15. Yeah, I don't know what this last man standing means. But it doesn't really matter. We're just going to play good poker. Or attempt to. Gotta move all my poker tracker stats around. Ragi, man, please, meatballs, Horias. And pick up pocket queens here. Standard 3x open. Easy game, easy game. This guy's name's Cletus Kansas. He's got a picture of a guy with buck teeth. I don't know if anybody heard that on the microphone, but there's like a gunshot or explosion or something. That's pretty loud. I could hear through my headphone. Suited king pretty good from the big blind here, even though we're up against under the gun raiser. Most likely just gonna be check folding since we didn't pick any diamonds up. Do have a gut shot though. Went for a full pot size, and obviously we're folding anyways. Pocket tens. For a 3-bet. Size it up just a little bit more for the being out of position. We're also jamming pocket 8s here. And got folds. Back to the 10s hand. Just went for kind of a standard open. Even though this board's not going to hit a 3-better's range at all, I do want to protect my hands somewhat. Could probably have gone a little bit larger just to fold out. You know, some hands I want to float. But I don't mind a small bet just to get, you know, if get ace king to float or something like that. Just hopefully another small card comes. Nice little raise and take. This is another hand that's probably a fold. Probably pretty close though. I bet King 5, King 6 of diamonds might be raising, but not from the hijack most likely. Open it up. Yeah, I'm not sure why they went to a 7 max. That's pretty rare. It's usually a 6 max or a 8 max. Don't really fully understand the 7. That's a pretty interesting flop here. I like checking most of my range when I'm out of position. I think that's standard. I'm blocking straight and flush draws to some degree at least. But I'm gonna guess he has 2 overcards here. Gonna go big here. I do expect him to bet some of his flush draws on flop, so I don't expect this to hit him too much. I do block the straight, so I'm not too worried about that. So maybe getting called by maybe ace high would hero call me. I don't expect a 6 in there too often. Maybe some 8s are going to be in there, like ace 8 suited. I could probably check this sometimes and raise it sometimes. I'm just going to call, or check. I will bet though. See, like I could kind of back to Equilab. Let me finish this hand first before I get into story mode. I'm just gonna call here with the low suited connectors. Baby suited. I could actually lead this board sometimes because I am gonna be flatting more often than not, like these middling type of cards. You know, obviously there's not gonna be an ace in my range too often because I would expect to raise that, but I do kind of have nut advantage. I think queen 9, ace queens would have raised pre-flop, but queen 9 is possible. King jack, king 10, like all those type of hands would be kind of flatting. They don't want to raise pre-flop, especially the offsuit versions. So I could have probably led this board, but so yeah, kind of back to like a hand like this. You know, like in Equilab, I would kind of, you know, put this in and kind of attempt to guess what his range is calling my you know, raise with. And it just kind of helps us see when you have that 13 by 13 kind of matrix. From the cutoff, I could open queen king 10 off here. Probably bottom of the range, but I'm going to fold to a raise. But yeah, you can put in like what hands is he calling from the cutoff. You know, he's probably going to have a lot of middling aces, probably some, like I said, some ace 8s. But to be able to put that into Equilab and then kind of compare your equities, you know, how often is he hitting that board? I jammed in here with ace 6 suited. I only had 10 big blinds, so I was pretty short stacked. Looks like I got called by king jack and I lost that 60-40, unfortunately. But can't complain, I cracked aces earlier, so that's gonna happen. Just kind of unfortunate. But I can focus on this $50 tournament. But yeah, just putting that you know, that flop in and seeing how my range compares to his range when it comes to equities. Equilab will do that for you. And then obviously if you have the advantage, you know, when you learn those spots, you practice different flops, what hands of yours interact with that board. And then obviously if you start learning like, okay, I do have the range advantage and the nut advantage, and you know, just whenever you have a lot of advantages and you have the best hand, you just should bet them. Like I said earlier, check most of my range out of position. This board isn't going to interact with, I don't expect this to hit him too often either. He's going to have some middle pocket pairs, but mainly overcards. A lot of Broadway combinations. I might call one bet. I could probably just check and see if we can get to a cheap showdown if he does have... I mean, I'm getting creamed by higher aces too, so... I'm just going to give this up here. I don't think my ace is good enough for showdown value. Probably have to start turning it into a bluff. Yeah, ace jack and ace queen could have flatted there, and I don't think I'm going to get any pairs on this board to fold because it's a pretty safe board. Even pocket sevens, pocket sixes, this feels pretty safe for them. If it's a 3-bet, we're going to fold. If it folds to me, I'll probably open it. This is probably not the greatest to open, but against a flat, I could probably mix calling and folding, but I'm just gonna fold because I think a lot of hands that he limps in with, probably gonna have queen 9 dominated a lot of times by like queen jack, queen 10, king 10, or king 9 even. It looked like he limped in with, so this guy, I'm just gonna make a note of that. Limped cut off with jack 8 offsuit. Curious how this got played out. Limp checked. He fires the flop for half pot. See, I don't. This board's definitely not going to interact with the limper's range. I mean, sometimes, like, I guess some people are going to limp pocket threes, so I guess this could hit him. Pocket sixes, pocket sevens would still be raising here. But I think more often than not, limps are, he's kind of middling, questionable. Pimp swivel. I'm just gonna fold for that larger sizing. Queen 10 off type hands. So I don't expect this bet to hit him. This board's gonna hit the big blind range a lot more. Looks like goes check bet again. And call. And then check, and then he goes for a full-size pop bet river when he gets super lucky and hits his jack. Roggy here is calling down, called 2 streets. The value is just a 3, so his bluff with jack high almost worked on the turn. But Roggy's probably realizing this board's not hitting him that hard, so. Kind of interesting. I think my stuff got messed up again. You have 4x, so I'm gonna go 3x. Ace king suited, it's pretty strong from the small blind. Of course, this board completely misses me, and I don't expect this to hit the 3-bet range, so I'm gonna check back since I don't really have. I mean, he's not gonna have deuce 3 either, but I do expect a lot of jacks to be calling. I could call and float 1 here. I think I will, since I still have 2 overs. But without improving on the turn here. Something that's going to raise and then call a 3-bet's going to have a lot of jacks in it, like queen jack suited. Maybe some king jack, ace jack. So with that large sizing, I'm just going to get out of the way. Unfortunately, this board doesn't connect with me at all. Man, Value Bluff is going at it tonight. I don't think I've seen him this active before. Playing pretty actively, raising and re-raising. Yeah, like I said in the start of the stream, this is pretty much my, other than this coming up Monday, it's pretty much the easiest night. Looks like it's just 3 events tonight. Just got $100 tournament. And then Monday's going to be the more simple night. Just looks like the final 3 tournaments are just 10, 20, and 50. However, sandwiched in between Friday and Monday is Saturday and Sunday, where we have a lot of tournaments, and it's going to be very crazy. Sunday is going to be quite stressful. Going to be playing the main event, mini main event, and the high roller at the same time, on top of this big stack marathon and the second chance. So a lot of money going to be spent on Sunday. Oops. So it's going to be slightly on the stressful side. But so it's kind of nice. Friday night's just going to be a little bit more relaxed. This whole week's been pretty fun streaming. Definitely been having 4 tournaments a night, and a couple of those tournaments were, you know, tournaments I haven't played before, like Pot Limit Omaha, Horse, and then there was a Pot Limit, I think, high-low tournament. So I was, you know, multi-tabling while learning a game I've never played before. So just very, very fun, but definitely got a little hectic at times. But I do expect today to be a little bit more quiet and peaceful, I guess. Moon Lady says, good luck tonight. Thank you very much, Moon Lady. I will take it. I will take as much luck as I can get. I'm just going to call here. Miss this board completely, just gonna check fold. That was kind of interesting. Did he open? Oh, okay, that's another. My poker tracker's just kind of all over the place. Gonna raise up the ace-4 offsuit. Let's see bet here. Do have a over to the jack plus a gut shot. This guy's not going anywhere. It's going to be harder to get a 5 to fold here once that jack peels in, so I think I'm going to check and just try to get the showdown. But I'm going to fold here. So that other hand, Pimp Swivel, which is awesome name. Standard open here. This player's pretty active here. Gonna bet my nut flush draw here. Plus I expect this queen to hit my range a lot. Get a fold out of him. But yeah, I was just taking note that he opened queen 10 jack under the gun offsuit, which probably not the best open. Northern Qual called with queen 6 suited, which probably not the best call either. but probably pretty close. I would prefer to be a little bit higher, having a little bit more connectivity between these two suited cards versus under the gun raiser. You probably want to be flatting possibly with queen 9 plus suited. Oops. Like I said, just kind of taking notes. This is pretty close open, but from the low jack, I'm just going to fold it out here. Just basically taking notes. That's the other thing. That's why I love this replayer. You can replay hands, obviously. You know, see how people play, but also obviously you get to see what kind of hands they open and call with. So all I basically did was just you know, note that this play here called queen 6 suited from the hijack versus an under the gun open. Just helps me inform them what kind of hands they're willing to call with, what hands they're willing to raise with. Helps me kind of help, you know, focus in on what kind of player they are, if they're good or bad. The stats I have on this Pimp Swivel, I have 90 hands with him, which isn't tons of hands, so it's hard to get kind of an accurate reading, but raises 17% of hands, 3 bets, or raises somewhat pre-flop with about 8% of hands. So to me, those are more on the tighter conservative side. So I was, to be honest, kind of surprised to see. I'm just gonna call here. To see him open so wide from under the gun. King Jack probably mixes a 3-bet here, but against you know, this guy 3-bet me last time. I'm sorry, I 3-bet him and called. I am gonna raise here though. Just a 3x. I'm gonna go half pot, hopefully get value from King Queen, King 10 maybe. There's no, you could have a Queen 10 type of hand with a up and down straight draw. It's a pretty crappy river. I'm gonna go for like a block bet here. I do expect him, I don't know if he's gonna call with ace queen 2 streets, unless he had ace queen of spades, but we're just gonna go for a small block, and if he raises, probably gonna have to call it off. I can see him having a set of 10s sometimes. I doubt it though. Unlikely. Whew, nice hand. A little nerve-wracking. That wasn't the best river. So again, the straight here would be ace queen or queen 9. I don't expect queen 9 because I raised, check raised, and I don't think he's gonna be calling for gut shots. Unless he had like a suited variety like queen 9 of clubs maybe. But I think even that would fold out on the flop. Ace queen. Again, that's a gut shot, so I don't expect ace queen to call a check raise. Possibly, maybe not. So yeah, I really don't expect this 10 to hit him that hard. Like I said, you know, he would continue with like ace queen of spades here, where he picked up more equity on the turn kind of thing. But I kind of went for block bet. You know, not. Yeah, I was a little scared of the 10. Sometimes he just nails that perfectly. But I also want to get value from a jack. I don't think I can bet half pot's going to be a little bit too much since we were getting on the shorter side. So I don't know. Could have gone different ways. Obviously, he must have missed something because he ended up just folding for a really small bet. I only bet about quarter pot and he still folded. So, you know, maybe he had some type of weak jack, but I feel like a weak jack would fold turn. So I'm kind of curious what he had there. Oh, stretch it out. This is why I'm not a professional streamer and poker player. You just sit all day. I love me some poker tournaments, but when you're playing for like 12-hour days, your back's just killing you. I need to use one of those. A lot of times when you play at a casino, they'll have masseuses, massage therapists. It's usually like $1 a minute, minimum 10 minutes or something like that. My buddy gets one all the time. I need to start doing it. You just turn your chair around and play poker and get massaged at the same time. It's like, what a life. I don't think I've ever done that, maybe once. Something about it's just like, I don't know. Getting massaged in public is just such a private thing to me. I don't know. It's a relaxing thing to me. It's like I don't want to. It's hard to relax when there's like people looking at you and talking, and it's just too distracting to be like relaxed. I do have a standing desk. Maybe I can switch it up. Yeah, just gonna be grinding one tournament. Looks like for about another 25 minutes or so. Got $100 4 max coming up. Just means playing four-handed. That should be pretty entertaining, I hope, because that should be pretty active. I'll be playing pretty much every hand. It's a nice way to kind of get in some four-handed practice for sure. Got the old min 3 click, or 3 bet. Just making a note, he's a player that makes a min 3 bet. But yeah, if you miss that, I had 1 big blind. This guy made it 2 big blinds, and he made it 3 big blinds. Looks like it was ace king versus sevens. I'm gonna rewatch that hand because I'm very curious to see how that happened. This looks like a little on the tighter side. I could probably call this. I think I can call this. I don't really like it, to be honest, being out of position. This hand doesn't play great. That's a great turn for me to start bluffing on, but I don't think I want to do it into 2 tighter players. I expect to connect a lot with this board, so with an ace, I don't mind checking it down. Oh boy, can I call with ace high here? I mean, he's betting into 2 people. If he had a jack or queen, I feel like he would just check showdown, so I'm kind of just curious to see what he has, to be honest. This is probably a really bad fold, but I'm gonna try to bluff catch with aces. I did not expect 4s to bluff there. I think 4s have showdown value, so I'd expect them to check back. Well, let me show this first hand really quick because I'm really curious to see how 7s got to the river. So I got the min click. The guy who min clicked or min raised had ace king. 7's call here, which is probably fine. Check on the turn. Surprised it went check. And wow, it goes check river as well. That's surprising. So ace king's got top pair, top kicker, and goes check. I mean, I know this is kind of a scary, well, I guess jack is a straight, but so I don't blame him. It is pretty scary, but I think once you check back turn and the river comes and then he checks river, I don't expect him to have a check. I expect him to be betting us straight for value. So I think ace king could get away with a medium-sized value bet to try to get value from like a queen. But I don't mind the way it was checked down. Ace king here. I'm gonna make it 4x to size up for the son of the gun limper. Wemob, I bumped into your channel recently. I'm hooked on to your content, especially those lengthy explanation. GG's. Awesome, man. Thanks so much. Yeah, I'm trying my best to release more and more content. Definitely want to do more explanation videos. Just editing takes a long time, and you know, unfortunately, it's just, like I said, this is not my profession. I do have a full-time job and a life outside of this, so unfortunately, it's hard to when I'm not getting paid to do any of this. Is just a fun hobby for free. So, but I would like to continue to make poker videos, either through explanation videos or hand review, history reviews, or something like that. Bro, is this pre-recorded or something, or is he just busy playing? So we do have a 5-minute delay. It's more like 4 minutes. But, so yeah, conversation is going to be a little bit more tricky. So I apologize if it takes a couple minutes to respond. I'll respond to him in the chat here. Just gonna go for standard open here. Sorry, on a 5-minute delay. Smiley face. Yeah, so conversation's kind of a pain in the ass here. When someone asks me a question, it takes. I see your text live, but it doesn't. You guys won't get the response for 4 or 5 minutes. So sorry about that. Could probably call threes here. This is just kind of a standard open at these stack depths. Doesn't look like he raises pre-flop too often. But I was getting the right price to set mine, I think, there. But I'm just gonna fold here. I just realized my mic was muted too. I was just saying for the busy playing part. Yeah, sometimes when I am multi-tabling, it's hard to kind of see the last questions in the chat. So I do apologize if I missed anything. I kind of just wanted to go back to this ace-9 hand. I have a decent bluff catcher here because I basically have ace king 8-8 queen, which is a pretty solid hand. I'm obviously essentially just calling the chop with another ace high, but pair of fours I feel like work better as just checking down. I mean, he's going to be counterfeited a lot and lose a lot. He kind of turned his hand into a bluff. So, I guess I don't mind it either way. I don't think he was trying to get value from like a ace high. Maybe he was. If that's the case, good play for him for sure. Pocket queens. Sizing up to 4x for the under the gun limper again. There's been a lot of under the gun limpers going on. I don't know what's the deal with that. Looks like this guy's been pretty darn active. I'm still gonna get value from some. I don't expect him to have any straight draws here, but he's probably gonna have a lot of medium pairs that he would want to limp in with, like sevens. I don't expect a king to be floating me on the flop, so I don't think that king scares me too much. I do expect that 8 to hit him sometimes if he has pocket 8s. I think 8s would play the same exact way, so I'm kind of tempted to just check back here, to be honest. Flush misses, so I'm not going to get value from that. I'm just going to check this back. He kind of have a combination of both the hands I was talking about. I don't like his limp under the gun, but calling that with that pre-flop's probably fine. Picked up a flush draw. I didn't expect him to have just an 8. I was specifically speaking of pocket 8s. But I'm like, I don't think I'm getting value from much. Like I said, I was thinking I'm more up against like pocket 5s, pocket 7s, maybe. I expect pocket 9s to open. So I probably would have gotten one more caller, but I feel like that's kind of a thin value bet. But yeah, if he was getting tricky with like pocket eights, I would just get blown off my hand. The pot was ginormous too. I had like 40 blinds in my hand, or in my stack, and there's like 30, 40 in the pot, so I didn't mind just checking it down. No problem. Your content's really cool. By the way, watching all the way from India, 6 a.m. here. Crazy life. Awesome, man. Well, appreciate you being watching here so early in the morning. Or late at night. Depends if you're just waking up or just going to bed. I don't mind flattening here on the button with the suited wheel type hand. I don't think it's quite strong enough to 3-bet. Small blinds leading here, which is pretty good signifier of a king. I'm just gonna fold here. I do have backdoor nut flush draw, so I was tempted to flat there, but I pretty much would have had a gun runner versus 2 other players. And I was right. He did lead with the king. The other guy had pocket jacks. Kind of surprised he led there. At least I check most of my range, even when I hit the board pretty hard, I still check back most of my range. So I'm kind of surprised he led there. Oh, 7:50 p.m. here in Detroit, Michigan. So, guess we are 12 hours away from India time. But yeah, in 10 minutes, we're going to start the $100 4-player tournament, or four-handed tournament. At least get 2 tournaments going. I did start the night off playing the $10 freeze out, but those blinds moved pretty quick, and I made a questionable bluff early on, cut my stack in half. I'll just say that the board was good for my range, so I tried tried to represent a lot of hands. Unfortunately, he happened to have the hand that I wanted to represent, so he had the perfect hand to call bluff catch with. It's definitely one of the concepts that I've been kind of trying to learn a little more better is the concept of blockers and unblockers. Like obviously if you have the ace of diamonds and there's 3 diamonds out there, it's impossible for anyone else to have the nut flush because you have the ace of diamonds. I'm just gonna call with 5s here, hopefully to get lucky and flop a set, and we do not. Just gonna fold here. But yeah, like when I was playing Omaha, I had pocket jacks, and there's basically a straight possibility on the board, but I'm like, well, I have jacks, like I'm blocking straights. Like no one can have a jack in their hand if I have all the jacks in my hand. But, you know, doesn't matter. Sometimes they just have that one other jack. So it's good to be like aware of hands that you're blocking or unblocking or whatever. But sometimes they just have it. Even though it's a small percent of the time they're going to have it. That percent of the time they have it. So I'm curious, we mob gaming, if you're still there at 6 a.m. Is poker pretty big out there? I do have a couple friends of mine that are Indian and love the game, but I don't think I've seen. I guess there's a couple professional Indian players. I don't know how big it is out there. I mean, obviously, I'm here in Detroit, Michigan. I don't know too much about the outside world, but I know like Germany is a big hot spot for poker. Like some of the big pros are in Germany. Back in like the late 2000s, like Denmark and Finland was pretty big in poker. Going to go for a standard raise, ace 10 off. But yeah, I'm very, very curious to see what the kind of where the rest of the world stands in poker, how popular it is, if you know if there's casinos out there and you know people are playing online. I'm not sure if it's is it legal, illegal to play. Every country's kind of unique and different when it comes to gambling, specifically poker. Probably just gonna check this down. Sometimes it's okay to just give up on a hand. I'm trying to cut out a lot of bluffs. For years, I would just bluff with like no equity in the hand at all, and I feel like it would always backfire on me. And in this case, I would have been perfectly correct because he had ace high, and ace high, especially with a paired board, is a very easy, clean board for ace high to bluff catch. Which just means basically call a bluff. So it's actually right for me to kind of give up and not bluff. 5-minute break. It looks like we're gonna be starting, like they said, the $100 4 max tournament soon. So yeah, see you guys in a couple minutes. I'll be right back. All right. About to start this $100 tournament. This one should be a little bit more action-packed. When you're four-handed, you're pretty much playing almost every hand. And I don't have a lot of experience playing four-handed, but that's why I was kind of excited for this tournament, to get a lot more practice in. But yeah, this is gonna be the last tournament of the night too. Like I said early on, this is simpler night. Only 3 tournaments. I already busted out of one, and just going to be playing these last 2 tournaments, the $50 and the $100. I did pair up, so I do have some showdown versus an ace. And he did have ace-10, so I did get lucky. Playing poker in the US in Vegas is on my checklist. Yes. Yeah, if you've never been to Vegas before, I definitely recommend it. It's a whole other world. Got ace-8 offsuit here. Probably gonna mix flatting and raising. I think raising's probably the better option, being out of position, but I don't mind flatting it sometimes. Probably gonna call one bet here since we do have backdoor. We just hit our straight. And looks like nobody else did. Got 10-7. He did check raise me on the flop. It's a pretty bad turn card because I do expect him to check raise with some flush draws, and that's just a pretty wet board. I'm just gonna get out of the way. Same kind of situation, could check raise this sometimes. I'm just gonna call. I'm gonna go with check raise here since I do have pretty good equity, backdoor stuff. I think I wanted to go a little bit bigger. Probably closer to 15 big blinds, probably would have been better. And now this puts me in a really awkward spot. If he has ace king here, I don't know how often he's going to be 3-betting this. Call 24. This is kind of awkward. I don't know this guy that well. Yeah, told you it was going to be action-packed. I expect him to be 3-betting. I mean, it's extremely rare to see 3-bets on the flop. It's a pretty rare thing. This tournament's going to be running really fast and aggressive, so I'm going to have to pay attention. It's going to be fun, though. I'm gonna call here. I do expect to be beat by a lot of queens, but once he checks back here, I think I can still bet here. Deuces. Flopped a set of deuces, which is nice. Gonna go for my kind of standard open. Gonna have to get used to the ranges here since this is so short. It's not a good turn card, but I think I can still bet. I do want some protection. I don't want to be completely crushed by a heart on the river. I would probably bet that turn card anyways, as it's good for the pre-flop raisers range. We do have casinos here in India, but it's not as popular as it is in the US. Like I said, a very small amount of people are playing poker, but majority of us are serious, so we like learning. Awesome, man. Well, I hope I can try my best to give some value to. I hope I'm teaching a thing or two. If you come across an Indian poker player, he's probably has read a bunch of books about poker and also watched a ton of videos online, so don't try to bluff an Indian player. Yeah, my one buddy, Satu, he's extremely aggressive, loose aggressive, very good at bluffing. I have ace-jack offsuit here. I'm going to go for a 3-bet. I prefer calling with more of the suited variations that play better post-flop, but the offsuit variations I'm not a big fan of, especially out of position. Looks like both these guys are on the active side, so I don't mind a 3-bet there for that reason either. I'm just gonna bomb this board. And hopefully he didn't connect with any of it. I don't expect to. Okay, he snap called. That's kind of puts me in an awkward spot. Well, that's pretty shit. I'm just gonna have to check fold this down now. I don't expect him to be hitting a lot of this board from. I do expect to hit that though. I'm gonna have to bomb this to bluff. I mean, I do have showdown value. This is kind of a shit spot, to be honest. I don't think I'm getting many pairs to fold, to be honest. I'm just gonna check this back and give up. Yeah, to 9. I don't think a 9's gonna fold there. Yeah, just unfortunate that he hit a 9. I bombed the pot, just wrong timing. Of course, he had to perfectly have it, but unfortunate. I mean, that king is really good for my range, but if I jam all in, I only have 30 bigs into a pot of 55. I think he's getting enough odds to possibly even call with his 9. I have ace queen here, kind of got raised and re-raised. I mean, I'm gonna call here since I hit a really good river. I didn't expect him to have a king there, but I was kind of focused on the other tournament to be fair in my defense. A lot going on right now. It's hard to show hands when I have to play a hand every single hand. I'm gonna go for a 3-bet here. Jesus, all right. Guess everybody's just gonna play back at me today. I can't even really get to that hand. That player didn't seem too happy with my flat there, but I believe the flop was checked back, and I do have 2 overs. I could be wrong here. Yeah, see, the flop was checked because he raised, didn't he read? Sorry, I apologize. I thought he 3-bet pre-flop. Yeah, he 3-bet pre-flop, so I expect him to be c-betting this flop a lot of the time, and he checked it back. So once he leads turn, I mean, I don't expect to be up against a jack that often. I don't expect a jack to be 3-betting too much. I mean, sometimes, but even if I'm wrong, I still have 2 overs. And I mean, I obviously did get lucky there and spec an ace. Surprised he led into that ace, though. It's a pretty bad card for him. Man, this tournament's just go, go, go. It's hard to kind of play and talk at the same time. Just gonna go for, could probably size up a little bit here because that's a pretty good turn card for me. Obviously, I have the nuts, but even against his range. I do expect him to have a lot of 2 pairs, so I'm going to go big here. Unless he got lucky and hit like a backdoor flush draw, but I do have the king and diamond blocker to the nuts, so I'm not too worried about that. Probably could go a little smaller to get value from a maybe like a weaker ace. Yeah, I think this guy, if he just once he 3-bet me pre-flop, if he just led this board, I'm still gonna probably flat with a lot of backdoor equity. But once it goes check, check on the flop, I don't mind calling a turn bet because obviously that 3 is not gonna hit either of our ranges. So I think flats there is fine. Probably can mix calling, raising here, but I'm just gonna fold. Rather do it with the stronger king. This has been raise, raise, raise type of table. I'm gonna call this on the button. So again, probably mixes 3 bets, but don't mind trying to set mind. I think I'm going to bet half here. I do need some protection. There's a lot of bad overcards, but I do expect the calling range up from the button to have some 10s and 8s in their hand. Just doing it into 2 players I'm not a big fan of. I'm turning my 7s into a bluff here now. I do expect this to hit him sometimes. I do have some blockers. Let's see if he can, if he's got a 10 here, I can just scare him off with the jack and the turn. But I think, I was gonna say if I get check raised or called, I might have to shut down the river because I do have showdown value, but this turn obviously just hit him really hard, which is what I was kind of afraid of, but can't be afraid that they hit hands that hard. Sometimes they hit him hard, sometimes they don't. I mean, there's so many times where he's just calling with just an 8 there, and with 2 overs, like, I can easily get an 8 to fold. Butternutter says good luck tonight. Thank you very much. I need all the luck because when I make those horrible plays, I gotta get lucky on the river, right? To make up for them. I don't think I played against this Mac Daddy ever before. He's been playing against me. Seems like a lot. I could supposed to call there, but I got 9s here on the other table. Going to do a 3-bet. I could 3-bet jam these, to be honest, for 30 bigs. I think that's what I'm gonna do. He 4-bet jams. I think I'm gonna have to be priced in a call. I start with the hand with 30 bigs. So, pretty shit. Pretty shit board for my hand. Hopefully we can just check it down. But I doubt that's gonna happen. I should have just probably jammed. 30 bigs is a lot. I hate doing that, but this is just a really garbage run out for my hand. I am blocking some straights, but not enough, I don't think. Yeah, probably could have just 3-bet jammed. Had a kind of interesting hand. I basically went check on flop. I raised pre-flop, and then he check raised me when he hit the 10. Once that diamond though peels in, I don't mind just checking it back down. After I do expect a lot of his check raise bluffs to have diamonds in them, so I'm not a huge fan of that diamond. But to be fair, he did check back, so I don't expect him to hit that too often. Picked up aces. Flop quads. I guess I check. I really want to bet that, but because obviously when I'm raising pre-flop, I'm going to have an ace in my hand a lot of the time. But sometimes when you flop quads, you're blocking your opponent's value hands. So although flopping quad aces is really sexy, it doesn't always work out the best because your opponent's just not going to have anything enough of the time. So this guy's been check raising me an awful lot, so I'm going to kind of adjust and just check back a lot and just bet for more value hands. I'm gonna call here with a decent pair kicker and gut shot, but I'm gonna have to call a bet here too, I believe, even though this sicko just jams all in. I don't know who this guy is. He's starting to piss me off. I'm getting the feeling that he's an actual good player. I mean, he's playing super duper aggressive. I just don't think he's doing this without a queen, but the way he's been playing, I definitely can see him doing that without a queen. He seems to be on the bluff heavy side. I'm just gonna wait for better hands against him. Did I just fold to a, oops. That was kind of a mistake, but that's all right. I'm supposed to be calling with any suited cards. These lower suited cards probably aren't the best. Probably a call, but I don't mind folding. I'm gonna bomb this pot, bet about pot, just because I do expect my raising range to include a lot of this. I mean, his calling range from the small blind is going to include this too. At least I have a gut shot to kind of back up. Got queens here from the $50 progressive. Going to be jamming against this under the gun limp. I only got 16 bigs. Butter says, all reds show you how much I know, which isn't much. I think against a limp, I could probably just go for a standard open, but kind of sizing kind of makes it awkward. I don't want to open rip it because I don't think I'm going to get him to call that often. Flopped a set of queens, which is nice. Hopefully he connected somehow with this board. Went for a third size pot bet, but he just mucks completely, which most likely he had like pocket sevens or something like that. Probably might have been better just jamming those, but either way is fine. Yeah, all reds. That's actually the very first time I learned about poker too, was from Ocean's 11. God, what year did that come out? 2000? It was like 2000, 2001 or something like that. Yeah, that was like the first time I was introduced to poker too. And they weren't even playing Texas Hold'em. I think they were just playing 5-card draw in that movie. Like I said, I'm just getting it played back at a lot in this table, so I'm just gonna continue to raise, but I don't mind folding to aggression. Wait until I get a big value hand to do that. All reds. He's like 5 cards. It's like, what, 3 hearts and 2 diamonds or something. It's like, no, that's not a flush. All reds isn't a thing. You need 5 of the same suit. But yeah, that was pretty much my introduction to poker, I think. I think I played 5-card draw before that, though. I'm sure I had to have. This is a pretty active table, playing against these 2 players that have been very aggressive versus me. It's been very difficult to play against, very tricky players. King Jack offsuit, starting with 20 big blind stack. I got rejammed on. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to fold this though. Summer says, nice hand. Yeah, quad jacks or quad aces are pretty. But the sad part is they're only pretty if your opponent also has something. It's not so pretty when they have complete garbage and you bet and they fold. I mean, I could have slow played those even more, I guess. Just checked it back twice, but you know, you're not gonna get much value going in. So I'm like, well, just try to get value in the pot as fast as I can if they do happen to have something. Goes for a big bet here. I do have a gut shot with the backdoor flush, but for that sizing, I'm just gonna get out of the way. 2001 was when Ocean's 11 was released. Yeah, so I was pretty close. I think that's still one of my all-time favorite movies. I love heist movies. I love action comedies. I love casino movies, so it's a perfect combination of all of them. I would say that movie all kind of helped me get obsessed with Las Vegas. Made me excited to go back there. Ace 10 suited, opening from the cutoff. Of course, these guys are only 3-betting me when I have garbage. Why didn't they 3-bet me when I had aces, darn it? It's like 8-bit video game soundtrack. I love it. Deuce 3 in the big blind here. Hopefully he just folds, but knowing this guy's just gonna jam. Couldn't even finish my sentence, but hopefully it folds around to me so I can jam. I'm trying to think, these ace deuce combinations probably not work that great, but I'm gonna jam it because it's a ace offsuit. It's probably in the bottom of the range, but got unlucky here because of course he has ace jack suited. He's been a very active player. I don't expect him to have that good of a hand, to be honest, on the button. He's been very active raising into me, so he's not gonna have a good hand that often of the time. Ace deuce suited is pretty close, but I only had like 12, 13 big blinds, so I don't mind it as a rejam. I just got unlucky that he actually had a hand there. I'd rather jam suited combination. Probably ace deuce isn't the best jam there, but might have made a mistake there. But like I said, he's been pretty active, so went for it and I was wrong. Can't be right all the time. Of course, this is a progressive knockout as well, so you probably shouldn't be jamming light like that. So that was, now that I think about it more, likely a bad mistake, but that's okay. I have 6-4. I have an up and down straight draw, but the high card probably would not be that great for me. I was considering going for a check raise, but say if an 8 peels, I could be easily dominated. I'm just gonna check this down. I was considering raising, but considering the amount of times he's 3-bet me. Like I said, I'd rather be 3-betting with more value hands. Missed this board completely. Pocket nines from the button, no. Did not like seeing an ace there. I do expect to be up against an ace calling from the small blind. Looks like he's considering a lead here. I don't mind checking this back sometimes. I just think I'm going to be check raised a lot of the time. Especially against these two players that have been check raising like freaking nuts against me. Their check raise percentage is like 100%, so... Like I said, I'm going to wait until I have a bigger value hand against them. Pocket six is here. I'm gonna go for a squeeze this time. I've heard that squeezing a button raise and a small blind call is a pretty profitable play. I'm gonna go for a raise this time since last time I flatted queen jack. I want to try to make sure I'm mixing up my play as best I can, especially against these tricky players. Sometime limp it, sometime raise it. Six is here. I only got 22 big blinds. This is probably, if this guy opens, this might be. This is probably pretty close. I don't have shit. I don't think I have stats on this guy. Oh, I'm just gonna jam it here. Looks like. Oh, I only have 8 hands versus him. So unfortunately, I don't really know how he plays. I rather just jam, being this far behind out of position against this many players. I don't mind just picking up a blind right there. But kind of back to what I was talking about, squeezing. Let's see if I can get back to that hand. I squeezed with 6s, I think it was. Oh, they moved me to a different table, so I can't get back to it. Never mind. But basically what I was kind of saying about squeezing's basically when there's a raiser and then a caller, and then if you re-raise, it's called a squeeze because you're essentially re-raising 2 players, and it puts pressure on both players. It puts pressure on the opening raiser because obviously they would be calling. If they call that raise, they're going to be out of position against the first caller. But if they fold, the person who called the original bet has a lot of pressure on them because their range, which is essentially called the capped range. Because if they had super strong hands like ace-jack or something, they would have, or I should say like ace-king, ace-queen, aces, kings, queens, like they would have raised that pre-flop. So the fact that they didn't shows that they, that's kind of what, ranged cap or capped range means. Wow, this guy's got 230 big blinds. That's ridiculous. He's got 70K already. So when you squeeze like that, obviously the person who's calling the first raise would go half pot bet, get value from some flush draws and straight draws, ace highs. I'm probably gonna check back the. I was gonna say might check back the river a lot, and especially with the 10 peeling off, I could easily be dominated by ace queen, king queen. So I'm just gonna check this back. And he just had a flush draw that he missed. I was probably not gonna get any value from that hand anyways. Go half pot here, have the nut straight, but not the nut flush, so go half pot. I don't want that ace to scare him too much. Try to get a call from a 7. Yeah, this is happening quick. A little faster than I expected, but can't even explain what a squeeze is. There's just too many hands in this game. I'm playing like 100% of the hands in this 4-handed game. I got the nut flush, so definitely gonna call at least one. I don't think I had to check raise because this does have showdown value. Or check raise my weaker flush draws probably. For 25%. I think I still could call one, to be honest. Unfortunately, just got to check this down. Looks like he had pocket 10s, so yeah. Definitely wasn't going to bluff those out. But trying to explain that squeeze a little bit more if I can if I can get out of a hand. Especially squeezing from the big blind against, or even small blind against later positions. I mean, 4-handed probably squeezes are, I wonder if they're more profitable. Again, not too familiar with 4-handed play, but the button's going to be opening a super wide range. So he's going to have a lot of crap cards that I can fold out. When the small blind calls, he's going to have probably a lot of medium hands because he would be 3-betting his strong hands. Like, you know, he's probably gonna have like queen jack off or something like that. Maybe pocket sixes, pocket sevens. You know, when you squeeze there from the big blind, you're probably gonna get all those hands to fold out. So you're folding out a lot of crappy cards from both these players essentially. So you're just gonna make a lot of profit with squeezing. But I would like to implement it more in my play. It just I feel like it's a pretty rare occurrence, and it's hard. It's been hard for me to kind of implement it. I didn't see how short this guy was before I raised. I wish I just min clicked it, because for that exact reason. So I kind of lost some raising there, unfortunately. I wish I saw how short he was. It's hard to keep track of everybody's stack size. I mean, I still would have opened it, but I would have went to like 2.2. You should be raising according to the effective stack, which means effective stack is essentially the player with the shortest stack in the hand. I'm probably gonna call with the king in my hand. Flop top pair, but can easily be destroyed with the better kicker. Although again, he's on the button, so I expect him to have a pretty wide range. I think I can check raise this sometimes. He's gonna have a lot of straight and flush draws. He's betting. It's probably better to raise these weaker kings. I wish I had a club or some straight connectivity. I think I'm just gonna go for a third pot bet and then probably check down river. Definitely didn't expect a raise here. I mean, 9-10 gets there. 9-10 clubs. It's unfortunate. I was hoping to size it where it just check down to the flop, check down to the river. If he has something just like a jack, definitely puts me in a really awkward spot when he raises the turn there. This is probably bottom of my opening range, but I think I'd rather be doing like jack 7 suited instead of jack 6 suited. But I think it's fine on the button. This guy's been kind of a pain in my ass too. And this four-handed game has been super aggressive. This is the second table I'm at, and just everybody's managing to play at me. Kind of feel like I'm being outplayed right now, or maybe I'm just getting kind of coolered. I'm not quite sure which one's which. Definitely put me in some yucky spots. Definitely gonna check raise this. This is a great board for my hand. And if he decides to be an ass and be super aggressive, then we're gonna just jam it. Got a lot of backdoor equity and a pretty solid pair. I don't expect him to have overpairs that often being on the button. This is another great turn card for me. Size up here a little bit. I'm gonna have all the 4s and 2s in my range. I don't expect him to have any of them, so unless he just gonna cooler me and have just some stupid overpair. I'm gonna go all in here though. Not exactly sure what I'm getting called by, unfortunately. Just some type of ace maybe. And that's exactly what he called me with, so. Phew, got lucky there. But I'm pretty sure I played that the way I'm supposed to play that. He called me twice. He called my check raise with ace high, called my bet on the turn with ace high, and then called my jam on the river with ace high. But this is a perfect board for ace high to call me with because he's just bluff catching now with ace high. So good play by me to get max value from a pretty wild player that's been playing back at me. Kind of feels good. I mean, it could have me crushed a lot of time with some overpairs, but like I said, he's not going to have overpairs that often. Raising from the button. Compared to the rest of his range, I should say. Love to see him 3-bet here so I can punish him with a 4-bet. I'm gonna bet big here. I would bet big anyways. I'll show you that hand in a second. Just got a double in the $50. I'll replay that in a minute. Yeah, whenever the pre-flop raises and then the flop comes ace-king, that's extremely favorable for the pre-flop raiser. So I want to get max value, plus I could get some calls from some straight draws. Obviously I want calls from a lot of weaker aces and weaker kings. So I don't mind going for as much value as possible there. But yeah, I got a double here. Let me see if I can go back to that hand. I'm first in, aren't I? Where's the button at? Okay. And got jammed from here the hammer. I'm just gonna fold. Trying to show you my double up. There we go. Jammed from the button for about 14 big blinds, I believe, with ace-5 suited. Got called by deuces and won the coin flip, so that was nice. Up to 30 big blinds. Did he knock him out? Oh my god, he did. That's sick. So yeah. He went raise. I almost 3-bet it. I'm glad I didn't. He jammed and he called. He flopped an ace, but he turned the nuts. Broadway ace 10-9, 10, jack, queen, king, ace. Those are the words I'm trying to kick out of my mouth. Got queen, king, queen suited here, or offsuit from the big blind. I could 3-bet this, but not against Haury the Hammer, who's a pretty wild player that could easily 4-bet jam into me. This is a board I could lead on, but again, out of position against 2 players, so I'm better off just check folding. Could possibly float one, but I don't have enough backdoor equity, I don't think, to call. Whew. It's been a mouthful. I was saying earlier that I was like, oh, I'm only playing 2 tournaments for the rest of the night. This is going to be nice and relaxing. I don't have to be stressed out with 4 tabling. But it's been nothing but a nightmare. Not a nightmare. I'm having a really good time, but I'm just saying. 4-handed on this table. People playing back at me, check raising me, 3-betting me. It's been pretty stressful. There's barely been a hand that hasn't been 3-bet. Phew, all right. I've had some opening hands here. I just folded queen jack off from the cutoff, which I rarely do, but I only had 20 bigs, I believe. Yeah, 22 bigs. But like I said, Haury the Hammer, huge stack, very aggressive, loose, crazy player. I don't want to butt heads with him. If he's very likely to 3-bet me, I'm just going to have to fold. I'd rather wait for more value hands versus him. And let him keep taking his loose, crazy roll. Or line, I should say. Okay, 5-minute break. I definitely need to walk around a little bit just because this has been pretty busy. Pretty busy night. Yeah, so I'll go see you guys in a second. So I was trying to understand what this last man standing is. I'm looking at this $50 7 max progressive big knockouts last man standing. I didn't really understand what those meant because I didn't really read in the rules, but I'm looking right now. There's 343 entries, 138 left, only 7 places paid, and it's a huge bomb to the end. Even 7th place gets $60. Then it slowly works up. 2nd place gets $800. 1st place is $4,000, which tells me that you do want to be pretty darn loose and aggressive and try your best to build up a ginormous stack, because you get way more money for getting a top spot like this. I think that I'm not sure how big the bounties are compared to a normal progressive. I think you do get a little bit more. So yeah, it benefits you to play pretty darn loose and aggressive in this tournament. But I already fired 2 bullets in it. I'm down to 22 bigs. I think I'm gonna, if I do get knocked, I'm probably gonna stay away. I'm not a huge fan of super duper top heavy tournaments. Yeah, both these tournaments, this 4 max and this last man standing with this super heavy first place, both benefit by playing super loose and aggressive to build up a fast big stack. So that probably explains why I've just been running into people check raising me and playing back at me all night. So yeah, that's insane. First is $4,000, second's only 800. Usually it's like 4,000, 3,000, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, something like that. But especially 347 entries, it's usually paying the top 10% of the field, so like 35 people would get paid. But clearly this is extremely top heavy tournament, and that's exactly what they mean by last man standing. But I'm sure these bounties pay out pretty darn well, so yeah, your goal is to build a big stack to knock out as many players as you can and make all your profit off the knockouts. But I've been short all day, just running into it a lot. Did open up here with King 10 off, flop top pair. Gonna be out of position. I probably could have checked this back, to be honest, because this is gonna hit the buttons calling range a lot. So I think I'm just gonna call, check call, flop turn and river. I think he's thinking about bombing this river, and I'm probably gonna have to pay him off. And he thought better of it. Yeah, he had flopped an up and down straight draw, but missed. I was definitely gonna snap call a bet there. I'm probably just gonna check fold this. I have ace jack of spades from the small blind. I think I'm gonna have to call this. Unfortunately, I'm not a big fan of having the jack in my hand, but this guy, I had the suited version of it, so I'm not gonna go anywhere. I got super duper lucky to knock out queens, but got a bounty finally. Yeah, he had me crushed. I got really lucky there. But 20 big blinds, I have ace jack suited, I'm not folding. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, not sorry. Trying to think, what did he jam? How many blinds he jammed in with? Because I'm surprised I actually got to knock him out. So he was way shorter than I was. 14, yeah. So he had like 15 bigs maybe. So yeah, ace jack suited is definitely a call. Probably pretty close though. Ace 10 suited might be a fold. Could go either way, I bet. Moon Lady says, I'm stressed just watching. It's got to be stressful playing. Yes, it's been stressful to play this. I'm only playing 2 tournaments, but it's just been, both of them are the structures are built to be very, to work better for the aggressive players. So I've been definitely been 3-bet and check raise way more than I'm used to. It's been fun though. Like I said, I do like the challenge for sure. Definitely helps you learn on the fly when you get all that pressure. And then, so it'd be a lot, just imagine going from this super active, aggressive tables and, you know, fast online pace to just going to play a live tournament. It slows down the pace so much. Got 9-6. I called a min raise. Gonna go for a 3-bet, or I'm sorry, check raise with top pair. This hand does need a lot of protection. Obviously, there can be a lot of overcards that can stop the action. Just limped in 10 jack from the small blind. I think I can raise this up. Yeah, I'm gonna raise this up. I got up and down straight draw with top pair, decent kicker. This guy looks like he's been limping, playing about 40% of the hands, so I don't mind just taking it there. LOL. It's okay, I forgive you, man. Nice hand. Yeah, sorry, dude. I forgot that was you. I was like, I recognize that icon. I'm not sure if I can fold ace jack suited there. Pretty bad beat though. Called the raise from the button here. Have the nut flush draw. I could probably raise this, but I don't mind calling. See what sizing he goes with. I'll probably be calling a bet here if it's something small. With this check back there, I do have some showdown value. I don't mind. I could bluff catch possibly if he fires. I picked up a deuce. That's why he decided to check back. Call this. Kind of just keeping that pot small, but I'm getting jammed on here. He's only got 14 big blinds black, 14 big blinds back. I'm just gonna jam into him because I know he's gonna call. Oh geez, okay. I was gonna say call with a wider range. Sorry, I'm like both hands I hit aces on the board, so I'm like trying to pay attention to both. I probably could have, probably would have been better if I just called that, but I just saw how short he was. Once somebody check raises me and they only have 13 bigs back, my my gut instinct is to just rejam on top of them. Probably wasn't the best rejam because I'm only gonna get worse to call, so probably was not a great jam. Yeah, sorry, go back to that hand. Okay, so yeah, I just went for a standard open here. And he raised me. The pot's 20,000, he's got 20,000 back. I mean, it's pretty much going all in no matter what. I don't have to check raise here because really I'm pretty much only getting, I mean, I'm never, any ace is never going to fold. It doesn't really matter that in that sense. So even if he has, you know, ace 4, ace 5, like a jam there is not going to get those to fold. I do expect, since he's an aggressive player, I would have expected him to raise pre-flop with a stronger ace, like ace 9, ace 10, but he can flip flat some of those hands. I really didn't expect him to be bluffing there. But obviously once he snap folded, he was bluffing. I don't think he would have raised with the jack. Hard to say what he's raising with on this board. King, queen, king, queen, king 10, maybe some type of pocket pair. Not quite sure. I've seen him raised with such a wide range of hands. Raised with pocket 9's got a pretty good board for me. Sometimes I do check this board back with some of my opening range just because it doesn't hit me all the time, but in this specific situation it does actually hit me. I could go for a 3-bet here, but I think calling's okay. I mean, I do need protection, but I don't think he's going to check raise with overcards. Probably just going to check call this all the way down. Well, not check call it, but call it all the way down. It's a pretty damn safe board for 9s. I'm not a big fan of that 6, obviously. I'm going to have to call this. I block straights, which is not good. No, I block straights. I have to call this. Yeah, nice hand. I had to double check. I had to double check what I was thinking there. I'm kind of, I think I'm, what I was trying to say, if he check raise with like 9-10, I'm blocking 9-10. So I'm kind of blocking the nuts. Obviously when this 6 comes, it's a little bit of a scare card. I don't expect him to be checking too many check raising with the 6 in his hand too often. Sorry, let me play this hand out. I'm gonna bet big here because I do expect the King Jack to hit the small blind's opening range. Yeah, I don't expect him to check raise with the 6 in his hand too often, so I wasn't too afraid of this. But once he jams and polarizes, he's basically only representing like a full house. 8s and 7s probably 3-bet pre-flop. Maybe sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So I could be completely crushed. 10s plus obviously probably would have 3-bet pre-flop. Like I said, I'm blocking 9-10. 5-9 is the other straight. I don't expect him to polarize with a paired board with a straight though. So I kind of was leaning towards a bluff there. And even if I was wrong and he wasn't bluffing, like I still have a pretty darn solid hand. But yeah, that was a fun hand for sure. I'm glad I got that. Glad I got that call right. Got a nice double in. I'm just gonna call here. I have a up and downer. No diamond though, which is not the best. If I had a diamond, I would consider a check raise, but I probably. I don't think I'm going to get an ace to fold at this point, to be honest. I'm just going to check fold it. Yeah, he had ace 5. I would have had to basically polarize that pot to steal. I probably could have. I think I needed the front door flush to come in to really be able to blast river. This deuce just isn't hitting me enough. I think I feel like this guy's decent enough to be able to find a call with ace high. I most likely would have checked. I'm trying to think of the what was the play on the turn. Yeah, as soon as checked on the turn, I would have, I don't know. I'm just gonna leave that hand alone. I think I'm over analyzing now. I'm giving myself a headache. Raise with 9s, but I'm gonna check most of my range being out of position against this one player. Sorry, Kyle, it's probably gonna take a break and study until Sunday, but good luck, bro, win them all. Thanks, man, appreciate it. I'm gonna try my best to win them all for sure. This is a pretty yucky spot. This 9 of hearts makes it kind of interesting with some backdoor stuff. 4 into 8. I think this is a tight fold probably. Not a fan of that, but oops, wrong button. Gonna need to continue bet with a small bet on these monotone boards. Plus I still get a lot of equity. I'm gonna size up a little bit just to get value from straight draw, flush draws, 7 or an 8. I think an 8 would still call a bet here. And with that check, I don't mind just checking this down. Yeah, he just had an 8, so I don't think I would have gotten too much more value. with another overcard to the 6 and the 8. Might have been able to get it squeezed out a little bit, but that's pretty thin, so I'd rather check there than get check jammed on or anything silly. Pocket 6 is here in the big blind. Got 27 big blinds. Get a walk. Ace Queen offsuit from the cutoff here in the $100 four max. This guy was tanking, so I think he was considering a 3-bet. This guy's does put in the 3-bet. This puts me in an awkward spot. Both of them have about 40 big blinds to start the hand. I'm considering jamming the offsuit ace. I don't know why, but my gut's telling me to jam it, so I'm gonna try. And I could just be horribly wrong here. I know this guy's capable of jamming or squeezing. I feel like those offsuit aces, those high offsuit aces are better candidates for jamming. Ace queen suited I would have called, but it definitely puts me in an awkward position against this guy. I'm gonna check this just because this plays better into his range. Wonder if I can lead this turn. I feel like the only way I was going to take that pot it was just if I led that turn, but I think once I didn't, I can fold. I think an ace would have been better to lead. Well, obviously I would have had a pair of aces, but I could probably check raise that flop too. But without like a suited combination, it's probably not good enough to check raise. I do got a gut shot to the nuts and 2 overs. I think I can call 1 bet here. Wish I had a club to go with it, but jack, but the diamond variety. Actually, I could lead this sometimes. I am gonna go for a little bit of a value bet. I don't know exactly what I'm getting called by. Could get raised here. He just had an 8, so got value. Aces, gonna go for a 6x raise about. Hopefully this guy just goes off and jams, but he's down to 20 bigs, so if he's got any type of pair, this is probably gonna go all the way. Hopefully he didn't have a 10. Gotta avoid a deuce. Ship it. Phew. All right, running good, running good, running good. Let's go. Play good, run good, play good, run good. Let's keep this up. Definitely been interesting here. Man, this whole tournament's been keeping my heart racing. I mean, I've definitely gotten lucky in some spots, I'm not gonna lie, but I feel like I'm playing the right way. That ace-queen offsuit hand definitely, I wanna mark that hand. It's probably a little too late now, but I'm very curious to see if that was the right jam. I feel like I've seen that before in some training series. They talked about ace-queen offsuit. Even at 40 big blinds, you can jam it. And being out of position, it's a better jam. But I think it's like ace jack off would jam there 2 for, I don't know. It's like there's a couple different spots. I hope I'm right. I hope I got it right. But I got 2 folds, so. Ace-8 suited here from the cutoff. I only got 20 big blinds to start this hand, so I'm hoping nobody goes 3-bet jam on me. I'm gonna have to fold. Pretty shitty board. I do expect this to connect with the small blinds range here, so I'm just gonna fold this, unfortunately. Don't have any equity. It looks like I was right. I said it's Suprege. I don't know if you saw that. Grinding. What's up, PLH? Got ace-6 suited here. This is probably could be a 3-bet, but from the big blind, I'm gonna flat. Whiffed on this board. I'm actually going to check back this ace because I have such a crappy kicker, and I do expect sometimes these guys are going to have an ace in the hand, but the fact that turn went checks around, I'm just going to go ahead and bet small, I think. I mean, this guy could be checking back an ace on the turn as well. Looks like he's on the tight side. I'm just gonna call here. There's some straights and flushes that get there too, so. But good thing I checked back the turn. That got people to bet into me and call with weaker pairs, so it actually worked that time. But yeah. Ace Jack offsuit. Gonna be jamming this, I think. 16 bigs is pretty close. Could probably open this or jam it. Might play better as a jam. I'm just gonna bet small here. Hopefully he didn't connect with this board. Once he calls, though, I don't think I can get any more folds because I'm not going to get anything to fold. Jesus Christ, he called me with a gut shot. Okay, well, that fucking sucked. This is not a great call for him, but I did make it small, to be fair. And he had a gut shot to the nuts, so I don't blame him, but still kind of makes me sick for him to hit a 6 there. The pot's just so darn small, I'm not going to get any bluffs through. So, should have just jammed it. I had 16, 17 bigs, and then that's kind of an awkward spot to open jam I mean, on the button, you can easily do it. It's going to be profitable no matter what, but this is probably close to a jam. I don't know. Kind of yucky spot. Should have just jammed it. I didn't expect such a short stack to call with 6-7 offsuit. And I had enough showdown value. I was just trying to get to the river cheap. Once he calls the flop there for a gut shot. And I'm going to make note of that though. He's only got 5 big blinds. I'm gonna call here. Got gut shot. Got overcards to his 3. Got 5 flush draw, and it's a knockout tournament. So that was a pretty good flop for my hand. My man, PLH. That hand happened pretty quick. Let me show that again. Yeah, so this guy limped in. I checked my option for free to see a flop. So I have a gut shot. I can hit a 6. I can hit a diamond, and I have 2 overs to the 3 and 4. And we were both very short. I think he only had like 6 or 7 big blinds. So with that much equity, I'm definitely calling. Even if he has an 8, I still have tons of equity. Opened ace-8 off. Let me checking most of my range here. Out of position. Especially I'm not going to be hitting this board too often. Really none of us are except for the big blind. I could probably float this sometimes, but I really don't have any backdoors, so I'm just going to get out of the way. King Jack off probably could work as a, I could probably squeeze here, but I think if I remember playing against this guy, he's on the tight side, so I'm just gonna call here. Flop top pair. Most of the time that's gonna be pretty good. I would expect ace jack to re-raise sometimes. I'm just gonna call this since I have I mean, I'm really don't want to 3-bet this because I could be dominated by ace jack if this guy is tight. I mean, he's not tight, but like I said, anytime I've said before, whenever I see like a sub 20 number, it's usually on the tighter side. I mean, I know these numbers aren't the most accurate, but There are some flush draws out here. I probably will call one more bet. That's a pretty crap river. I do expect like ace queen to be in here 90% of the time. I could go for a block bet, but against two players, let's just see if it hopefully just checks down. Or he goes like a small sizing. I might even have to fold this, to be honest, if he bets this. Maybe chop with king jack. He also had king jack. Jamin ace 9 suited, only got 12 bigs here. It's earlier position, but hopefully it sneaks through. And it does. Go for a 3-bet here. I don't want to make it too big. I'm just going to go for a standard 3x sizing. This guy... Oh shit, I should have looked at this first. It doesn't matter, he's rejamming for 20 bigs, so I'm just going to fold. Let's do standard open here. I didn't realize how short these guys were, but he's got... I have 100 hands with him. He doesn't 3-bet ever, looks like. Or at least I haven't seen him yet 3-bet. But it's probably best when people get that low to not 3-bet that often with kind of crappier hands. I think I 3-bet him with 10-7 suited, right? Yeah, 10-7 suited. I'm just gonna fold here. So it's probably a poorly timed 3-bet. Considering how short people are. Just gonna check fold this. I have king deuce. I got to see a free flop. I'm just gonna bet half here. It's been checked around the whole time. I got a deuce on the river to give me 2 pair. And everyone folded. Missed this board, so just gonna check fold. King queen off in the 4-max. I must have missed something. He must have doubled up. Opening king queen off. Value, yeah, value bluff. Looks like they lost a big hand. Definitely calling that. Jack 9 off. Need to avoid a 10 or a club, and we win. Get a knockout. Value bluff's a pretty tough player. Definitely butted heads with him a million times. But it looks like I'll show you the hand in a second. Just fold here. But yeah, that big hand value bluff versus this poker mic guy. Not sure how that got all in. They're both on the short side, but looks like queen's held up. Got a 3-bet here. Against somebody that doesn't 3-bet ever, I'm just gonna fold here. Or rarely 3-bet. Turn to straight here. Pretty small pot though, nothing too exciting going on, so maybe get value from some flush draws or medium pair. Raise king 8 offsuit. You're gonna limp a lot of hands from the small blind, but I'm gonna mix it up every once in a while. That's a really horrible turn card though for me. I expect a lot of flush and straights to get there once he calls a big bet on the turn or the flop. Now that he checked back though, I'm gonna bet half and try to get value from a 7 or an 8 because I got a pretty good king, pretty good 8 I should say. But with my raise pre-flop, I could be possibly beat by ace 8. I don't expect him. Like I said, he doesn't 3-bet too often. And I'm just gonna fold here. I'm just too easily beat by way too many flushes and straights, and I just don't think he has enough bluffs here on the river. I don't expect him to call too many flop bets with the deuce, but if it's a bluff, nice bluff by him. Gotten down pretty darn short here. I think the blind's raised and can't pick up pocket queens every hand. A6, I'm just gonna jam this, but there's been a lot of limping lately, which has been kind of painful. With this raise under the gun, unfortunately, I think I just have to fold though, which sucks. And looks like blinds raised again, so now I'm really short 8 big blinds. Pocket tens here in the 4 max. Raise and take. I do got jacks here. Nice quality hand to jam with. Hopefully we get a call and a double. Do get a call. That's step one. Step two is getting a double though. Seven, 9 calls me. I don't know how that got in. And I get a straight. That scared the crap out of me because I saw the straight, the 2 pair first. I don't know what the heck 7-9's doing in there, but I just saw him hit the 7 and the 9. I had 7, 8, 9, 10 for the straight though. Ace Jack, getting this in. I mean, I could go for a standard raise, but I feel like I made that mistake with Ace Jack before. I'm going to be jamming a lot of hands there, not just solid ones. This guy jammed. I think I do have to call here. I'm just going to rejam and hopefully this guy didn't pick up anything, but this is not the greatest hand to be rejamming with, but for 7 big blinds, it's definitely better than the 7-9 that he had. Of course, he wakes up with it and has queens, and I get super lucky and spike a king. Hey, I got lucky there, but I was while this hand was going, in my defense, to kind of defend why I called so light there. He jammed. Well, obviously he called my jam with 7-9 offsuit. And then I was looking through the other hand that he called. Shoot, did I move to another table? Sorry, but he jammed. I can't show you the replay because they moved me to another table, but this guy raised and he rejammed with like ace-5 offsuit or something, I think it was. So just seeing the kind of hands that he was playing, jamming and rejamming with, that justified my lighter call there. This is kind of awkward spot. I don't like under the gun limpers, especially 81 big blinds. This guy's got a monster stack, so I don't think I'm going to give him to fold too much, but I'm going to bet a little bit on the big side just because this board's going to smack my opening range. But unfortunately, it's also going to sometimes hit his under the gun limping range with like king jack. I think with that call, I just have to shut down. There's not much more that I can represent here. He's either got a king or a queen or a pocket pair that I'm probably not going to get to fold. Yeah, exactly. Unfortunate. He just got lucky there on that flop, I'm pretty sure. Not lucky, but he flopped better than I did, I should say. These stupid, these games are throwing my stats all over the place. I can't keep up with them. It's kind of frustrating me. Gluett's there, I'm here. Every time they move a table, they, my poker tracker stats go all over the place. J Sherritt goes here. Glue something goes there. I don't know why I just can't get anything going in this tournament. Like I'll you know, get a lucky knockout and then lose a hand, then get a knockout, then lose a hand. It's been up and down, up and down. Can't keep going up. This feels like a turbo too, like the let's see what the structure is. Well, it's got 10-minute blinds. Just feels like I win a hand and then it's like my my stack like just goes down without me playing a hand. I'm like, what happened? It's like when in doubt, it's just the blinds raising. Raised here with 5-4 suited, and I got 3-bet from the small blind. This is the second time he's 3-bet me. He's got a pretty high 3-bet percentage, which means I can probably call off a little bit lighter, and I'm going to have position on him. So I'd rather have a higher suited connectors. This is probably not the best to be calling with, but just to kind of, I was hoping to just completely crush this flop so I can just destroy him, but I bet small and see what happens. See if he check raises me. Yeah, I expect him to smack that ace. I pick up a flush draw, and I still have a gut shot to the low end of the straight. 11 into 25. I'm probably pretty close to calling here. Hopefully I can just get smack a river. But I was hoping to hit a harder. Yeah, I'm just got out here. Can't call with 5 high. I had 9 outs plus the 7, so 4, 13 outs, 25. Yeah. Again, can't do that math really fast enough in my head. This game moves too damn quick, but I'm sure I was getting pretty close to the right odds to call there. He bet half, which means I need 25% equity. 15 once, 30. Yeah, I was getting the right odds. I need to learn, get a little bit better at practicing calculating pot odds and stuff. I think on that flop, I wonder if I would have been better off going huge instead, because I do expect a lot of my calling range to include, I mean, it's not going to include the nuts. I don't expect 10-7 to be in there too often. So, I don't know. But my calling range does include a lot of pocket pairs. When he 3-bets me there, I could easily have 6s, 8s, and 9s. So I wonder if I go giant on the flop instead. Once he checks back. Really, my small bet sizing really had no purpose at all. I kind of just didn't know what to do because, I mean, I don't want to get check raised, but wonder how I can handle this better. I don't know. I think I played it okay, but just unfortunate. It was a huge pot. Needed to spike a 7. But like I said, it's a gut shot to the low. So it's like even if I spike a 10 or a 7, a 10 would have been the higher straight. But I mean, I don't expect him to have a 10 that much. I'm not too afraid of that. I don't know. Maybe I wasn't to get enough odds, but let me see what he bet here. I mean, he bet less than half pot, so I can definitely call here for an odds for a draw. It's probably pretty close. But yeah, just bricked out on the river. And he just jams. I expect him to float my flop bet with this ace, so hand over. But yeah, it was a decent sized pot. Gave him about 30 big blinds, which kind of stings, but still got 60 big blinds. Both these tournaments are gonna go a long time. We're very far from the money. Let's see how we're doing here. I'm in 23rd out of 67. 23 places get paid, so we still got 30 spots, 40 spots to get until money, so we got a long way to go. But first place is looking like $3,200, so. And then on this $50, I'm 44th out of 53, so kind of bottom of the barrel. But I think I was kind of explained before, it's called last man standing, so this is a very, very, very top heavy game. So it kind of encourages people to be super aggressive, because it's you pretty much have to win this tournament to make it worth your money, or at least be aggressive and knock people out and get bounties. So that's another reason I've kind of been calling some all-ins a little lighter, is just because you can obviously want to get a chance at that bounty. I think I have 2 bounties. But I have I think 2 or 3 bounties at $73 right now. But I have 2 bullets in this, so I'm in for 100. So I'm only down 25 in this tournament, which I'm happy with that. Could be worse. But yeah, hopefully this gets going. But yeah, there's like I said, 52 people left, and in order to win, win any more money, I gotta start knocking people out. It's kind of hard to knock people out when you only have 13 big blinds. But that's all right. Well, this break's almost over, so I'm not gonna go anywhere. Not really worth it. But yeah, again, if you want to follow along, I'm playing the winter event here at PokerStars. This is my past the halfway point. Got the video game music going. But there's a link in the chat, I believe, somewhere, as well as the description below. But if you want to follow along with my results, started this tournament series off super strong. A couple final tables, one big chunk of change right off the bat. Been kind of up and down and breaking even from there on out, but I'm totally happy with that. I'm having a really good time, and it's been really fun. But yeah, I got tomorrow. Today was like supposed to be the easier day. Saturday's got 4 tournaments. Sunday I have 6 tournaments, including the main event, as well as the $1,000 high roller. If you can see here, this is the rest of the tournaments that I have to play. And yeah, so it's gonna be pretty fun. Sunday's gonna be extremely busy. It's gonna be a super long day. That's gonna be really fun. It's gonna be really hard to play a lot of these big name tournaments while multi-tabling. It's gonna be a big challenge. And then Monday's the wrap up and the last day to end it out strong. So yeah, let's hopefully we finish tonight out strong as well. Back from break here. There's a pretty big hand at this table. I'll rewind to see what the heck happened. One guy flopped a set of deuces and it looks like king queen offsuit started bluffing. And bluffed at a really poor time, looks like. Yeah, so Aardvark here has king queen off. Bet, call, jam. And he just had king high versus a set, so rough time to be aggressive. Down to 10 big blinds here in the $50 progressive. Ace jack, definitely jamming. Oh, got him completely crushed. No 9, no 10. Ah, my God. What the hell's this guy doing with Jack 10 off? Had him completely crushed, but yeah, that's just stupid. That's pretty frustrating. This is a horrible play by this guy. He limps under the gun with Jack 10 off. Bad play. Calls a jam for 10 bigs. I get I'm short, so with his limp. But Jack 10 off is still freaking garbage because I'm just going to be dominating him so many times with so many overcards. Yeah, I mean, you can see right here I'm 72% chance to win. And he flopped, or rivers a straight 7 to a jack. So, yeah. Not too happy with that result, but to be fair, earlier on in the tournament, I got lucky a couple times against a couple other players to knock them out and get their bounty. So obviously it sucks when somebody plays garbage like that, but you know, that's poker and that's going to happen a lot of the time. I play a lot of garbage and get lucky on players too. So it evens out every once in a while. But I will note this player jumped on the gun with Jack 10 off. Still sick. Yeah, plus what I've said before a million times, which it was my excuse calling lighter, was it is a bounty tournament, and they with such a top heavy prize pool, you gotta get pretty darn lucky and run pretty darn good in this tournament to really win money and knock out a lot of players. So any chance you want to knock out a player in a bounty tournament, you know, I'm not happy about it, obviously, to go out like that with by such a crap hand, but you know, it's understandable at the same time. So just gonna go with it and move on with my day. So we do have this is our last tournament, the $100 4 max. This is the third tournament. I did win $75 in bounties, so I should note. So I only lost $25 in that tournament, which I'll definitely take that. I haven't been paying attention to this table too much. I'm just gonna call over limp. His limp here. Hopefully spike a 3 and we don't. I haven't seen how often this guy's been limping. Just gonna check this guy down pretty much. I want to try to cut out my bluffing multi-way. Let's see. 6-4 off. Probably could fold or call, but I'm gonna call most of my range to defend. I do have a gut shot, but don't think it's worth calling here. Went on a pretty good run of cards here in the 104 max, and then pretty much cooled off. Getting a lot of deuce 7 crap. Got a 3-bet. This guy looks like he's pretty aggressive. I do have positions, so I think I can call here. Hopefully get lucky and spike a 6. Got pretty close. He goes 3rd pot. I think I can call this a lot. I don't know if this is hitting too much of the 3-betters range. I do have some backdoor stuff, but I think I needed to hit this board a little bit better. If it was a little safer, like 4-4 deuce or something like that, or maybe one more straight card. Yeah, have had some defendable hands, but just whiffing on these boards. Just hoping it goes check down. I could bluff catch here sometimes with an ace, but that's fine. Gonna go raise an offsuit ace-7 here. I was about to say I'm kind of afraid of this guy. He's been 3-betting super aggressive. I think this offsuit version just isn't gonna play well. I almost considered open jamming this, but I had like 28 bigs. I'll find a better hand later. Just with those couple of hands there, man, I was up to 40 bigs and just a couple of hands in a row, missing the board. It's kind of crippling me down back to 23 bigs, so kind of put me in an awkward spot. If I'm getting 3-bet this often, I gotta open tighter. Ace jack off for 24 bigs. If I get a raise, gonna go with it. Hoping this guy flats. If he 3-bets, I might have to fold. Ace king off. I got about 27 bigs, so I could just go for a standard 3-bet. But I think ace king can still just be an open jam for 30 bigs, 30 to 40 bigs, I think even. I just rather jam it than 3-bet and get called, and then I'm going to be in a really stupid, awkward position. Like I said a couple hours ago, those offsuit high aces, ace jack, ace queen, ace king work better as 3-bets when you're deeper, like 25, 30 bigs. You can choose to 3-bet the suited versions just because they play a little better post flop, since they're going to hit a lot more flush draws. This is this 4-max here with only 4 players. It is nice to get some good practice in. Because most of the time when you're playing like a 9-handed table, man, I'm gonna have to fold this one, I think. The suited version I'd call, but unfortunately this 3-bet just, I think, failed. I was able to steal some of his raises with my rejams with the ace king off, but darn. Probably could have called that more often, especially after 3-betting him so often. He's probably just going to get it tilted after me and start jamming into me. Opening king queen. folds. This guy raised, but he only min raised it. Definitely gonna call with a lot of these connecting cards. But completely missed, so just gave up. Ace king off here. I'm gonna treat this limp as a raise and just jam. See if I can get him to call me with some type of weak ace. Again, would have been out of position the rest of the hand, so I don't want to 3-bet it. No, not knowing that he's gonna call. You know, if I 3-bet it to like 4x or something, he's gonna call. I'm gonna be out of position against the rest of the hand. I'm gonna have like, you know, 15 bigs back, and if I completely whiff on the board, you know, puts me in a really awkward spot. I'd rather just jam that hand and pick up his limp. Four or five suited here, gonna be calling that raise. Completely with this board, just gonna check fold. With his check back, a lot of the times you could probably continue on a low card that's advantageous towards the big blind, but this is obviously a really great card for the opener. I'm just gonna rip in these deuces. I have a feeling like deuces, threes, fours, fives probably would just play better as a rip in. Again, don't want to be out of position if I just do a normal raise. Or if I do a normal raise and he raises, then it's just really awkward, and what do you do with deuces in your hand? I'd rather just make my life easier and just rip it in. Ace 9 off is probably gonna be, I was gonna say I could jam this sometimes. I'm gonna call and then jam. Just kind of hoping this guy was going to just rip it open and just go for it. With a 1-bet size, I can probably just call one. I have a 1 over to the queen, and 2 overs to the medium card that he would most likely be betting. But this big sizing on the turn, I can't continue here. No equity. Might have been better off just jamming that, but probably could go either way for 20 big blinds. But I think a lot of those offsuit aces just work better as jams. You could I think ace 9 off is just too weak to work as a limp jam. I was just kind of hoping to get lucky and he re-raises or raises his big blind option, but unfortunately it didn't happen. I think it's probably safer to do that with. I'm getting short here. 10 jack off on the cutoff. I'm just gonna fold. I think that might be close to a jam. Kind of an awkward spot here. I think Jack 10 is probably just like a normal standard open, but you hate doing it this short stacked against people that have been 3-betting you. Grinding down a short stack here to 15 bigs. Missed some jams, I think. I think that ace-9 off would be pretty equivalent to, you know, pocket threes type of hand where it's like, again, it just doesn't act good enough, or it just doesn't play well enough post-flop. It's not going to connect with the board a lot. You're better off just getting it in while you're out of position. I think I was just getting a little too trappy there and was hoping that an active player that's been raising a lot, just hoping he'd decide to open up at the wrong time. King 4 off for 15 or 14 big blinds. I'm sure this is a call, but I'd rather fold it. I think with everybody coming in now, hopefully we get lucky and just spike some fours. Did not want to spike a king. I expect these callers, especially Poker Mike here, I expect him to hit this king. There's gonna be a lot of connectivity here. This puts me in a really awkward spot if someone bets. This is why you don't want to call with too many these offsuit kings. I'm just gonna make an exploit tight fold here, even though this is possibly a GTO jam. There's just not enough hands that I'm beating. Obviously I have zero fold equity. I'm not folding out any straights really now. Like I said, I wanted to hit my kicker, not my king. Especially if he's betting into 3 players and he opened from the cutoff, like this is just gonna smack him too hard. If it is against one player, I consider it, but with another player calling behind on the button, there's just no way my king is good. Really crappy spot with 12 big blinds. I'm gonna be pretty disappointed if someone doesn't have a king here. Now that it goes check, check, turn, I expected to go check, check, river a lot of times. And my king might have been good against like 8s, but it's so hard to tell when you're multi-way. Guess we won't know. With that check on the turn, I just kind of makes me feel worse about that fold. But I don't know. Like I said, it is an exploit fold when there's so many different people in that hand. It's hard to think you have the best hand when someone's betting into 3 people. Unfortunately, they moved me just when I was getting to start to like those guys. King 8 suited for 10 bigs. I'm gonna have to jam this. I'm dead last in chips, and we're still so far from the money. With his re-raise, I can fold though. It's not a good way to go out. I mean, I'm still in this, obviously. I can go on a good run here. But have not had any connectivity, really. And when I do connect, it's like into 30 people. Okay, 3 people. I'm over-exaggerating. Definitely jamming this, obviously, for 10 bigs. It's got me crushed, of course. Need a king or a jack, king or a jack. No dice. All right. Yeah, that was pretty disappointing. Yeah, I could re-enter, but I'd be coming in at 10 big blinds. It's definitely not worth $100. All right. Well, that was a fun night. All right, so yeah, night's over. We only had 3 tournaments tonight, so it was a more simple night, but got pretty darn active there with the 4-handed $100 4 max. Definitely a lot more action than I expected. A lot of people were being very aggressive, raising and check raising and 3-betting, which is to be expected when you're playing 4-handed. You are playing cutoff range, button range, small blind and big blind, and those are going to be the most top 4 positions that you're going to be playing when you're 9-handed or 10-handed at a full ring table. So that's definitely expected. But I was kind of surprised that the first couple tables I was kind of getting beat up at. I got up pretty good. I think I got to 5th in chips at one point, and then just kind of went on some questionable plays, questionable cards. I'd raise and then completely whiff the board. That just did not connect with me at all. So wasn't the nicest boards all day, but you win some, you lose some. It's okay. Today, I think if I bring up my sheet here, I think I only lost like $120 or something like that, 130 or something. So not a horrible day. Yesterday I won like 200 or something. So yeah, I'm a break-even player. I'll take that. I'm still up huge from that big second place win. What was that, Saturday or Sunday? So still doing really well in the winter event overall, cash-wise. This whole midweek's been up and down, break-even pretty much. But like I said, in poker, that's kind of be expected, especially in tournament poker. You're going to break even a lot, and then every once in a while you're going to get a big spike up and a big, very, very nice cash. But yeah, it's kind of exciting night. Had some fun hands here and there. Tomorrow I got 4 tournaments. I believe it's starting at 6 o'clock as well. If I bring up the lobby here again. January 29th. Yep, so 6 o'clock, 4 tournaments. $10, $100, $200, and a 20. So that should be a fun night. Got a big $200 big stack tournament. And then Sunday is going to be extremely busy. Got 6 tournaments. Going to be a long day. Big buy-ins, main events, high rollers. It's going to be a crazy, crazy night. So I'm kind of not too mad that I'm fishing early tonight just to get a little break. So, But yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. It's been fun. Catch me up tomorrow, and yeah, I'll see you later. Have a good night.